Good morning, good morning.
Johnson says GOP has many ideas to fix healthcare in the coming months.
Hmm. This looks a little stuck here. Someone absorbing into like 170, 180 on NQ. We bounced our 15-minute VWAP. Fire's still sitting down there into like 140. But 180 is also a very clear sell. I think we'll probably go waiting to see what happens as RTY pushes into VWAP.
The reporter on X saying Hamas and Israel's delegation have arrived in Egypt, Sharm el Sheikh, for ceasefire talks. House Speaker Johnson says there's nothing for us to negotiate on stopgap funding. Johnson says the House did its job. Senate Democrats have the ball. House Speaker Johnson says Jeffries is making desperate pleas for attention.
Ugh. All right, my bad. This week is going to be a little crazy for me. Sorry in advance. Yeah, well, I go get my keys today. Got a lot going on in between. So annoying that everything has to be done during like work hours. Setting up internet, setting up my like everything from moving over mail wise, like all that has to be done during work hours. Really frustrating. Like even picking up these keys, I have to like set up a time today to do that. And then they want me to go like get a cashier's check. Like I can't just send them money, so I have to like go to the bank, do that. And well, it's so antiquated. My biggest worry is these the new internet provider because I can't transfer my internet. There might be like a few days where I'm at my new place and then I'm still waiting for like internet to get there. And that'll be completely out of my control even though I've scheduled already. I don't know, there's just a lot to do. Looks like our 170, 180 held, no change. Just rotating back down to 140, our value low. This place's internet is really sketchy. I don't know. They're like forcing me to get Spectrum, which I already am kind of pissed about. They have a deal within the building where like only Spectrum can be there. And I have a AT&T right now, fiber, and they're like, you have to get Spectrum. It's part of your rent. It's like, it's very odd. Yeah, it's through the building. Nope.
Canada's PM Carney just releasing a statement here. Canada to supplement fall budget with spring fiscal update. Canada to release budget in fall moving forward. Canada's PM Carney aims to grow capital spending and shrink operating budget. So again, Carney releases new definitions of capital and operating spending.
I mean, I'm not incredibly convinced yet on the sell. I mean, like, yes, the 180 was good, but this low, we're gonna need to see a bit more. This like 120, 130 could be very easily the bounce. Keep an eye on that. I'll let you know if I see anything in the low other than just the weakness, you know?
So Johnson, on if he's talking to any
It's a
Democrats,
huge
getting
divergence
to
with
switch their
ES,
votes.
RTY,
He
and
says they
NQ.
haven't exactly been ringing my phone off the hook. House Speaker Johnson concludes his remarks.
Hmm. Those are ES pushing into our previous day POC as well as our 15-minute VWAP. RTY is at our 30-second opening range, and NQ is so far rejecting our value. A very odd mix. NQ is clearly leading down. By far the weakest. Yes, showing just a little signs of weakness here at our edge, but nothing yet to invalidate the uptrend that started. I'm a bit worried that like I said before, like there just isn't a clear sell down here below this 120-130 yet on NQ. And I think we need to see that first before we can feel confident. On the higher time frame, it is very clear that sell side wants to continue down, but we need to still see them a bit more interest for the initiation here. I don't think that there's an issue playing around the 140 area, right? Just like having looking for shorts from this 140, 150 with the value hold. But anything other than that edge is just gonna feel a little awkward here, I think. Right, just like playing the straight flip of these buyers to sellers is fine. But if we ever push back above, I think we head to 160, 170 pretty quick. Which is why I'd like to see a bit more. from sellers. Maybe like playing around 135, 145, and if we flip that, looking for 160. But as long as 135, 145 is holding, then there's no real reason. I think that we aren't going to continue down. So what we're watching for is like, can NQ reclaim a value low off of a look above? Or does this continue to maintain its resistance here? Because we know where we're headed if we're going to reclaim this edge from the lack of the sell, right? This is that 160, 165-ish area, just a return to VWAP. But if this offer here at this 45 to 35 can hold and we can get back below and see someone step in, then like maybe we have reason to believe that we continue down. All right, coming back down to our lows after holding our 145, 135. Should be your first risk off. And then we look to secondary seller step in here to show a bit more aggressivity. Note that this is like our low, right? And we need to see like a push below one hold or anything more. Definitely someone trying down here. Just want us to take out this quick low. That interest down here. I need to wait 3 minutes. It's only 15. Okay. We can start to get like full market participation for the downside move. That would be here. Just a pullback, I guess. But we actually get a full rotation within Q. So Kevin. That low still's just like pretty willing to hold. Retesting our offer now here into this 135, 145. But if that low holds, right, into open new 15 and then flip this little pivot here, then it just feels like we'll rotate back up through our already known range, right? Like 5, then 180 above. We really need this offer to stick here into the open of the new 15s and then show that interest below 120 for continuation. Or it just isn't gonna do it, you know? 20 seconds, only 15s. From yeah. Glad you got some sleep. Until I mean, both sides played Sparrow. There's just no follow through yet, right? There's just no interest below R120, and there was no interest at R35.45, right? So now you're looking for the flip to be there at 35.45 for the bid. We're gonna go up. If this buyer isn't here on the look above, then this is just gonna be a really easy trap, and then we'll look for the short back below for a new for it to lead down, right? If there's no one interested here after pushing through, and all this is going to do is trap this participant, rotate us back through the range. Then we just look for follow through on the look back below.
According to Al Qaeda, according to Al Jazeera, indirect talks between Israel and Hamas have begun in Egypt. So again, that's according to Al Jazeera News there.
There's no way that these peace talks go anywhere. Oh. Did you guys see like what they actually agreed to and what they agree on? They agreed on like 5 of the 14 points. Just don't see how it's gonna work. I mean, part of like the agreement that was proposed is like a complete disbandment of
It's
this
also just
of
being
Hamas.
cited by Egyptian
Like,
state-affiliated
it's
Al
not
Qahira News TV. Can
not
indirect talks
happening.
between Israeli and Palestinian negotiators on Gaza has begun in Egypt.
And the stuff that they did agree with was like a ceasefire, and that's basically it. One of the stipulations was the complete removal of Hamas, that Israel wouldn't be looking to take over Gaza, that foreign aid would be allowed back in, that all of the prisoners would be exchanged. But then, like, on the other side, it was like the complete dismantlement of the Hamas quote unquote government and a independent third party uh, uh, defense force that would be inside Gaza between I think it was Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United States, which they completely said that they wouldn't allow. Like I don't know. It's like this doesn't feel like anything new. But I'm just so um pessimistic that entire region, to be honest. So yeah, maybe they'll change their mind, but doubt it. I mean, all the indicators on my chart are the ones that are in our indicator package, Tom. So you can just look up our profile and see them all, but it's stacked structure, ATR clouds with targets, our 30-second opening range, PVZ, which is period value structure value zones, and then yeah, just a volume profile. But if you like want to learn more, you can look on our profile here and find all the scripts. I'm using this one, period value zones. Using this one, structure ATR cloud with targets. And I'm using this one, levels. And I turn this one on and off, Patty. But those are the main ones I use. These two, these two. If you click on any of these, they have full write-ups.
So in 1 minute time, we're having Bank of England's Governor Bailey's text release.
You've tried them
It's one
before? Is
with
that what you're
Governor
saying?
Bailey giving a keynote speech at Scotland's Global Investment Summit. And his press conference is at 4 p.m. UK time, so 11 a.m. Eastern. Excuse me. So his event keynote speech will be at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Text release in about 10 seconds. Still waiting on Bailey's text release.
I'm out one here, the 160.
So to summarize his speech, then Bailey calls for a supportive environment for investment to drive innovation and economic growth, particularly in context of emerging tech like AI. Doesn't mention anything about monetary policy here. So Bailey saying we must take a pragmatic and open-minded approach to the potential and risks of AI.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the biggest. It's not good to.
We have posted out Bank of England Governor's Bailey
I
speech on the
word
feed for you to
this.
read through. Remember, he's speaking his press conference, or his event will be at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. This is just the text to that. So again, as said, no mention of monetary policy in the highlights of this here, but just talking about technology and AI.
You need to. I don't think you're gonna get very far just kind of like bouncing around different indicators. Like indicators are all lagging in nature, right? Like they have to. Um, because we're going off of historical information to build everything. All indicators are doing that. And so if you don't understand like the concepts of why they're doing what they're doing on the chart, it's going to be very hard for you to build out a strategy with any indicator, not even just ours specifically, but just like 90% of indicators are like one of three things, right? It's either some sort of like twist on like a MACD, an RSI, or like a VWAP, right? Like everyone is going off of the same historical information. It's just like how they represent it on screen. So it's understanding like volume profile structure is going to help you quite a bit. You're looking at what we're doing. As well as just, I mean, that's really it. All you really need to know with ours. It's all like structural and math based. So it's pretty. I guess it's a bit different than like what you would assume like your standard indicators that are doing something else. But like the reason why
Bailey says
this
that I'm a
might
strong
look better
advocate of pro-investment reforms.
than others is because we're not really like doing anything crazy here. It's all just value based. So if I turn off drawings, let me turn off volume profile. and just leave our PVZ on. I think this is like one of the better ones. So this is just taking, it is separating our day into 3 periods called 3
OpenAI's
volume-based
Brockman,
periods,
speaking on Bloomberg Tech,
and then
this feature
creates
launches constrained by capacity.
These time periods. So we've basically segmented the day into 3 periods. The first period starts after the first 30 minutes of the market. So we basically are taking the profile of our open. So the first 30 minutes, so from 9:30 from our opening candle to 10. And then we are creating a profile that we're then playing around, which is what this level is, this level. And so this is our value area. What's interesting about this is that it's creating a value area, right? Value high
AMD
to value
CEO
low
Su
here.
now speaking, saying 2 sides are embarking on a massive build-out.
And then from there, it
We'll get
then
the video on feed
creates
soon.
a zone above and below, which we call our reversion zone. So these are mathematical levels. They're deviations of value. And we expect if the market is balanced that we come into these zones and we expect reversion back up to this value area. So that's the entire system in PVZ, is it's just math based. So we're taking a segmented area where we expect price to do certain things. And this is all
We
written
have
in the
posted out
write-up,
the video
like
of
I
AMD
said.
CEO Su speaking on Bloomberg TV on feed for you to watch.
So again, like this is all written down here of like what's happening and why, what we believe is
OpenAI
happening.
is to deploy AMD chips in its data centers and in others.
But I mean, you guys gonna talk a lot because she's talking. Here, let me post the link. It's a link. I've risked off a second one into our target into 165 from our hold of our 135, 145 flip, just back into our value highs here. I'm not really expecting a ton more, but if we were able to get over 180, then we can look up into these highs from our open. And you know, again, like this is just balance. So, I'll get back to what I was saying. So what we're expecting is that when we hit into these reversion zones, that we get a bid that pushes us back to our value. And if we can recover our value area, then we expect a rotation through said value. So what this indicator is doing, all it's doing, is showing you areas where it makes sense, where statistically it makes the most sense for reversions to happen back to a mean if we're balancing. So what we're looking for is for price to be reactive around these areas. And we're looking for reversions back to said area. So we get this signal here with an invalidation. So this is a reversion signal. That's letting us know that as long as we're holding here, that we're looking for rotations back up to value, with this being first target at our 140, with this being second target here at our 165, and this being our third target here at 180. And that's just, again, based off of taking the first 30 minutes of the day and then segmenting it into a value area. So putting a profile on it and then making it static. After this period, we get a new period that opens, which is now taking the first, this period, right? So from open to now the close of period 1, and it is now then creating a value area a new value area, right, that we're now playing around. So we're just watching to see how participants are basically participating in the auction and how they're building out these areas,
full confidence in OpenAI.
and then allowing these areas to develop out and then playing off of this structure. So that's all that PVZ is doing, and these concepts can be fully understood if you look at, again, the infographics that I've made inside the indicator description of like what we're watching for, how we should be playing around it, and then from there you can then build out entries and exits, which is what I think you're missing with a lot of other indicators, is that you're just relying on the indicator itself, and it's like, okay, well, I don't know how to play this thing, I don't know what's going on, I don't know why it works, I don't know what I should be looking for and when I'm invalidated, right? I'm just seeing a symbol at the bottom and I'm looking to buy and sell there, and that's just
OpenAI says they're
not
looking at equity and debt among
going to perform very
ways to
well
fund build.
if you don't have like a grasp of why things are working and what to look for. But once you start to grasp with these ideas, you can then build out systems, and then you then see what works for you, right? I think like kind of like flip-flopping between lots of indicators is just like, they'll work for a bit and then they'll stop working, and then you'll try something new, right? Because you lost, and now it's like, okay, I gotta find something new. And it's like, no, you don't. You just need to watch. You have to go and review your mistakes or review your bad trades, right? And sometimes things just happen. But you have to stick with the system and start to really build it out and realize like you're going to have winners, you're going to have losers, but as long as you have more winners than losers, right? Like you will be profitable and you can stick with said system. If you keep flip-flopping between lots of indicators, it's going to be very hard to grow. But our entire system is based off of concepts from auction market theory, or AMT. And what we're looking for are basically just like these, again, these periods where we expect certain things to happen at certain points of the day, where we can see like our opening fuel, right? So like this is where we expect our first little bit of volume to step in after the initial reaction. And we can see that that plays out almost immediately, where we get this bounce and push back up. And then we have our first reversal area where we usually see sell side step in. And we see that right after that pops up, we see then a reversion back down, right? And this is our IB close. This is usually signifies a shift where we expect kind of price to make a decision and figure out what it wants to do. This is another area where we start to look for a potential basing to happen, and that's happening into our reversion zone. Then we have our second reversal on the day where we expect volume to step back in and we expect a more outsized move. Then we have Europe close, and then we have lunch ending, right? So this is a period where we expect pretty sideways action between these 2 points. And these will continue printing throughout the day, all of the different segments. But all we're watching for is just how we interact between this value and this value. And then again, like if we're in an expanding market, we'll see that this edge here will hold as supportive, or this edge here will hold as resistance. So when I was talking earlier about looking for sell side to show interest and hold below 120, it's because this is our reversion edge. So I'm looking for price, if it was going to hold as resistance, to start to show this area as our offer. If we can do that, then we should be able to look down and look for continuation down. If we don't see that happen, right, let's say we look into here and then we see a bid maintain this 120 and then get us back over our value edge, I expect reversions back up. So like that's all that this is just a recovery of our value edge here and then a rotation back up from our reversion, right? Where we saw that we were looking for a rotation back up, there's no invalidation. And the same thing can happen at our highs, where like if this goes supportive on our value high edge, I'd be looking for rotations up to this area here, which is our 190. if this 190 then holds offer on a look back below, then I'd be looking for reversions back to this zone. If it could hold as supportive, then I'd be looking for expansion up. That's all this is. So all that this is telling us is that we are still very balanced on the day.
Fed bids for 6-month bills total $3.7 billion, and 3-month bills total $4.1 billion.
Yeah. Well, I think like the biggest issue that a lot of people have is like they're looking for a simple solution, right? They're looking for a cheat code. And like cheat codes just don't exist. There are tools that are very helpful to analyze and help you build out strategies, right? Which is what we've developed, which I think can be incredibly helpful if you're willing to put in the work to learn how the systems work, right? And then we use indicators as tools to do a lot of that work for you. But you still have to have a fundamental understanding of why price moves, right? Why things happen, why things work,
That
so that
concludes
you
comments
can
from
then
AMD's
trade
CEO
around
Sue,
that information.
and also OpenAI's Brockman.
And I think that's like super important to understand is that like indicators
So AMD
are a
CEO Sue,
tool
just
to
before
make
she
your
left,
life
said the
easier,
OpenAI deal
but you still
is a
have
big
work to
validation
do.
for its tech.
Alright, so that was just Sue going on there to say that she's doing the same nonsense as Nvidia and Cisco. They're just shifting money around, propping each other up with OpenAI. So the bubble continues. Bubble continues. So again, all we've done is rotate back up into our highs here, our value high holding on NQ as resistance. Now just trying to build at our VWAP is this purple line. I'm not sure if we're gonna do anything else. I'm not expecting it. Just the mid of our range, right? So just need to see if we can now hold here or if we're going to rotate back down to our lows. Again, just balance. This is our value high. This is our value low. Our mid. We are watching to see if we can now build here in our upper area of this distribution and get above rotations up. This area here, right? Or if this is going to hold our value edge and we're going to rotate down back through value. That's it. All we got. So proven otherwise. And OpenAI is taking a 10% stake. Crazy. Everything is so connected. Scary, man. Yeah. But like, there's not much you can do to prepare for that. It's like the bubble sustained for quite some time, you know. Right. Yeah. But like something you have to remember is that like everything's just a Ponzi scheme in the US market. Like because our market is forward looking and it's very different compared to other stock markets where like I don't know if there's another stock market where companies invest so heavily back into their own stock. I'm not aware of any other. I think I read somewhere recently that like 80 to 90% of profits are put back into the stock as buybacks for these tech companies. Like they're pumping their own stock and sustaining like the continued push up, right? It's a very different market compared to something like China's stock market. Yeah, right. So it's like it's this
Francis in the
perpetual
mayor says he's
cycle
stepping down
of
from new government. So he was
growth,
just put in a position yesterday. Now he's stepping down.
growth led by both like, of course,
So
people
reminder at the
buying
bottom of
more,
the app,
but
we're expecting the
also
3-month and 6-month bill auction. The US looking to sell $84 billion in 3-month bills and $75 billion in 6-month bills. Prior high yield for the 3-month of 3.86%. Prior bid cover of 2.74. 6-month bill prior high yield of 3.715%. Prior bid cover of 3.
also just like there's this huge incentive to push the stock price, right? Because that's how a lot of these the upper administration, right? The upper managing departments, right? Like the CEO and the CTO, all of these guys, like that's how they make their money. Is like if the stock market is up, they get these huge bonuses, and so they reinvest. And something else to remember is like they're all invested, right? So like if they can put money into these stocks, they make more money. There's like this huge incentive for things to just continuously
As a reminder, he was
rise
put in as
over and
defense
over and over
minister
again.
yesterday. He's gone now.
Whereas like a stock market like China, I think only like 10% of the Chinese population is actually invested in the
Surely
stock market.
expecting the 3-month and 6-month bill auction data.
But here, like everyone is invested with like either a 401k or some sort of, right? Like the incentives are just so different here for this like continuous pump. Things have to keep going up. And if they ever stop going up, like we run into issues because we're so debt laden and there's so many assets that are being used as collateral in multiple ways that if things ever liquidate, like we get huge immediate crashes, right? And we've seen that in the past. The market works until it doesn't. And then everything blows up. We get the financial crisis. And that is a cycle. It's very hard to time because we know from the get-go that it's a broken
Says
system.
White House's AIs are Sachs, currently speaking.
But it's a system that, can handle just so much. I don't want to call it corruption, but kind of is. Or abuse, I guess is a better word. Abuse of the system to a point it breaks, right? And then everything breaks at once because everything is so interconnected by multiple facets of leverage. Yeah. Listen, like I said, it doesn't matter which way we go as long as it's tradable.
US 3-month bill auction with a high yield of 3.8507%, awarding 20.89% of bids at high. And with the US selling $84 billion of 3-month bills.
No, there isn't. And it's actually regulated
So again,
to
with a high
not.
yield for 3-month of 3.85%.
Well, Indian, I don't know about that. Indian
cover
is
of 2.91, 6-month bill with a high yield of 3.695%, bid cover of 3.04, and selling $75 billion of the 6-month bills. And
I
the
will
US
not stop
awarding
yapping today.
3.05%
Can't speak,
bids
man.
at high.
Jesus. Indian stock market is an actual scam. But they definitely do try to day trade it. It's just heavily manipulated.
Sachs says AMD OpenAI deal shows AI market is booming and competitive.
The Chinese market is not used in the same way that the American market is. If you go into the Chinese market looking for growth, you are going to have a bad time because companies don't buy back their stock. They use that money for the benefit of China, right? And the citizens. They grow the company. It's a very different revenue model. Whereas like American companies just buy back their own stock and then we perpetually go up. China's market has basically been flat since it's, I don't know, for the last like 20 years. That's why when people are like, I'm invested in China, like that's the play. It's like, well,
cites importance of boosting
going
power
anywhere,
generation
man.
for AI.
Chinese stocks don't work the same way. like when all loans are being taken out by the state, right? Like Chinese, like you have to remember that all major all of the pillars of the Chinese economy are owned by the state, right? So like all of the big banks are owned by the state. And then the state gives out loans. So the state has an interest in both like basically every public and private company in China because of that. But like those banks are traded on the stock market.
Sachs says China is the main competitor for US in the AI race. Sachs says that the US should seek to dominate in global AI market share.
I mean, it works to an extent, club, but it has very different. Like again, like everything's an auction, right? So like the volume profile stuff will work to an extent, but you have to remember like it is a very unregulated space, and there is a lot of manipulation, and there is a lot of leverage, and that leverage can be punished because everything is visible on, so people know where that leverage exists, right? So there's a lot of it's kind of a different beast to trade because like one of like the primary drivers of the market movement are people getting absolutely liquidated.
Sachs sees a strong case for not selling China latest AI chips. Again, Sachs sees strong case for not selling China latest AI chips.
You guys want to learn more about um, the Chinese
Zach says
economy?
there's a case for
Do you have
selling
any
China
interest in that?
depreciated AI chips.
This is a pretty good video.
Sachs sees NVIDIA's Jensen Huang as strategic asset in AI race.
Yeah, and there's nothing new. Not our value edge. So funny when I see stuff like that. Like it's literally just Chinese socials. All right, pushing into target now. This is our PVZ reversion zone into 190. See what happens. ES into our 30 second opening range high. Well, as just our push through this little offer here. If we can start to hold previous day value high on ES, great sign that we want to continue higher. All right, that's right here. Watching to see how we build here. If we can start to show interest here, you know, do a little flag in action and then bid, be able to look for our ETH high at 94. Have to watch to see how we interact.
So White House. So the White House commenting on critical metals report saying the US is not weighing a critical metals equity stake.
Yes, they are footprint charts.
Macron has asked Locono to continue talks through Wednesday. So again, Macron has asked outgoing PM Locono to hold final talks with political parties to stabilize the nation. It's according to Elise.
Yeah, for the most part, good life. We use the 15-minute for developing out areas of interest, so our zones. Then we look to initiate on lower time frame charts. I mean, it's just trend up, guys. Not really much to talk about. We got our entry at the low. So you're either in a runner from our entry at 35.45, or you are just looking to see if we can continue to maintain. I mean, there's not much to say. At the bottom. What we're looking for now is if ES can hold our previous day value high, like we talked about, or a push to ETHI. NQ has already done the move. We are into our 30-second opening range. That's this area. We're holding where we need to. We're still just going up on footprint. Nothing to really talk about here. What you want me to say? We're at resistance. We have to show interest over our 30-second opening ranges if we want to keep going, or we expect this to just be the high. There's sauce.
outgoing PM Le Canu has accepted Macron's request for last ditch talks, saying that I will tell him by Wednesday evening if it's possible or not, so that he can draw the appropriate conclusions. So Le Canu agrees to continue discussions with parties.
Nothing really here yet, guys. Like I said, like we just have to wait it out. We're at our 30-second opening ranges until we can see the bid step in above our 30-second opening range on NQ over 220. Not too much here. Just retracing a singular candle up back to our structure below. I'll let you know when I see something that's worth taking. You're either still in a long from earlier or you're just waiting. Still holding Soxel. Nice, man. How much did you hold? How much were you down on it? Up. A ballsy hold. No, I remember you getting in. It went down. I mean, there's nothing bearish about this act. We're holding our value high. Balance up here. Russell VWAP still holding a supportive, as well as our 30-second opening range low. ES still holding where it needs to. NQ just rotating between our 30-second opening range. Everything's still maintaining our value high edge. Again, you're either already in a long or you're just waiting for something to happen. $200 is just 30-second opening range mid. See how we're just traversing our 30-second opening range? See if RTY and ES can hold this edge. NQ, no ability to lift over 200s yet, but they are trying. Opening at POC of previous candle. ES opening at value high of previous candle. Watching to see if we can build here or if we're going to continue to do nothing. Good day. I love it.
Hello, everybody.
Uh,
Not much. You getting in the new place today? You get the keys, right?
yeah, I gotta go over there. Get off of here.
So exciting.
Oh. It's really not much to do now. Shopping around at our 30-second opening range.
Yeah, that really looks disgusting. Looks disgusting. We'll see. I'll see what the rest of the day brings, but this is not very promising.
Did you buy Ghost of Yote or whatever it's called?
No, because I don't have a PlayStation.
Hmm.
I legit was thinking about going and buying a PS5 just to play it, but I'll just wait. It'll be on PC soon enough.
For like a year.
We'll see. The ratings on it were super good. I haven't watched anything, but
Yeah.
I will wait. Did you ever end up getting Ghost of Tsushima?
Mm-mm. Did not.
I think you would like it. I know sometimes single player games aren't your forte, but you just gotta like pound through it and not do like the side like mini games. I think you would enjoy it then. But that's also impossible.
I don't know if I have like the attention span anymore.
Yeah, well,
Weird.
that's like the first one. The entire idea it was like inspired by like the old like samurai movies.
Yeah.
So like if you just did the main story, it was like chapters in a movie in a way. It was like engaging and like I mean the combat is really good. And then like the side stuff was like classic, like, oh, is this a Ubisoft game? Like kind of stuff or but
Yeah.
the actual main was good.
We're still holding where we need to, but I just don't have a ton of faith. Oh man. Like we're holding yesterday value high, but we have no interest over our overnight. We can't really be bearish until we show interest back below our value edge. So you just kind of have to chill here and look for that rotation up to 95, 94. Unless we push back through. I don't know. Pretty boring. You guys see what I mean? There's no interest below this. So as long as that's in play, we're just looking for this rotation back up. But if at any point this is able to hold, we can start to look for rotation to POC when kind of value left. But as long as this is maintaining, there's just not much to talk about. Why not add Bollinger Bands to outline the chop and try playing every... I don't know, why are you not doing strategy? Does that sound like something that will make you money playing every candle? Putting Bollinger Bands on something and then playing every candle is like, makes me think you don't know how Bollinger. It's like the opposite of what you're.
It is true.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expected to hear from ECB's President Lagarde. ECB's President Lagarde speaking in EU Parliament in Strasbourg. So the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs will hold its third monetary dialogue of the year with Lagarde. So we have posted a link where you can watch ECB's President Lagarde speaking live on the feed for 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Holy. Do you see the new deal with AMD, Mario?
No. What is
Oh,
it?
yeah. Sorry, with OpenAI, which is
Mm.
Nvidia. So really, I wasn't wrong, but OpenAI is investing. They're taking a 10% stake in AMD.
What is dude? What is actually happening?
They're
I'm
just,
so confused.
you know, the old circle jerk.
So a reminder
This is,
with
like,
Lagarde, there is text that'll be made available on the ECB's website. And just about 5 minutes ago, we're expected to hear from her.
it's like that there, the open AI overlord is like convincing Sam that the only way is to monopolize the entire industry. Like, Yes, Ben, but also like they're like all connected though, and that's strange. Like that's not. I'm gonna say that's not good, but I'm gonna say like that's not good. Like it's very strange.
So just keep an eye on the French 10-year to German 10-year yield spread, down from where it peaked at about 0.882% to now about of a spread of 0.849.
I don't think it needs to be adjusted. I just don't think anyone cares. They're invested. Like the biggest problem with capitalist markets.
Nasdaq hits intraday record high, last up 0.7%.
I doubt you're getting any sort of anti-monopoly legislation
So
through
there's no
during a
live
Trump
video
presidency
for Bank of England's Governor Bailey for
when
later
they
on,
own stock.
just in the case those who are wondering for Scotland's Global Investment Summit.
What I'm trying to get at. Yes. Capital controls the state. And in the United States, the only thing that we care about is the way that we view if the economy is good or not is by the stock market, no other metric. So it's just a good excuse to keep the cycle going. And you know what? Like to be honest, like if you're well off, right? Like if you've got money invested, and this is a really great time for you, right? Stock market pushing all-time highs. If you have a lot of capital invested in it, it's great. But poor people are just getting poorer, while the rich are just getting richer, right?
1 minute to go now till we get text from ECB's President Lagarde.
Because the economy is not the stock market. Like if you just had your money in the bank in a savings account, you're getting absolutely screwed. Dollar's just losing value.
10 seconds.
No sense in fighting it. It's crazy.
Still waiting on her speech. And they have posted it out, so we'll post it on the feed for you. Lagarde says the disinflationary process is over. Lagarde says euro area has held up well amid uncertainty.
You should definitely be invested, but you should also care that top 10% own 93% of the stock market and you're fighting over a single percentage. Well, everything is getting more.
Lagarde says the range
Definitely
of
an argument
risks
to be
on
made
both
there.
sides has narrowed for inflation. We have posted out her speech on the feed for you to read through. Remember, the video is also on the FJ feed as well. Lagarde says sluggish exports and strong euro to hold back economy.
Top 1% own like 50% of stock. The top 0.1% own 30% of stocks, and the top 10% own 93% of all stocks. So it's like, yeah, you can make
Lagarde
money,
says headwinds
but
to growth should
something
fade
is
next year.
clearly wrong.
Adding that labor market is a source of strength.
I'll be right back. I have a dog
And
going
risks to growth
crazy.
are more balanced. Lagarde says inflation remains close to 2% target. Lagarde says underlying inflation is consistent with midterm goal. Okay, so it looks like the video isn't working, and it's not working on their side either. Lagarde says wage growth is to moderate further.
Do you think they paid someone to make this animation, sir? Or do you think AI did it?
So Lagarde reiterates official ECB policy language. Lagarde says no currency's global position is guaranteed.
And it feels so bad that we get like 1 or 2 trades a day. Can you go back to the old times where I can take like 50 trades in a day? Yeah. There was a really nice long at our low. The recovery of from our PVC reversion area, and then the recovery of our 35, 45 for a rotation up through value. That led to this is our target, but now it's just sideways. Absolutely sideways. I'm expecting that if we can't break highs on NQ, that it'll have to rotate back down to like 150 before we can go higher into the afternoon.
Lagarde says we need bold reforms to make the euro global anchor of trust.
Sorry about that. Crazy doggos. Ben, you can do whatever you want. Either or. We'll do yours first. He's not in voice.
Maybe he watches on YouTube. All right, the OpenAI Dev Day thing just started.
Here we go.
Surely expecting the result of the Fed reverse repo operation. "19 counterparties take $21.776 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation."
These videos were crazy. I guess so, man. That's the market we're in.
By a year lease, what are you doing?
According to the White House, Trump to host Prime Minister Carney on Tuesday. White House Press Secretary Levitt says Trump is to host Finland president on Thursday. Currently, White House Press Secretary Levitt is speaking in a press conference. We'll try and find a live stream for you and put it on the feed. We have the live stream on the feed for those interested. Trump to host cabinet meeting on Thursday. That's according to White House Press Secretary Levitt.
Close holding on NQ and ES so far. No change. Just rotating, watching to see what we do as we push into previous high and ETH high. RTY in our top so far on ES and NQ. Those are so bad. Hey, at least there's words that are legible. Big. My first PT here is 94 on ES. We're back.
Bitcoin hits new all-time high, last up 2.4%. Levitt says Trump is ready to sign a bill to reopen the government as soon as it's sent to his desk.
Levitt talking to, of course she is. I'm out my first contract there on ES from our hold at 85. The ETHI. NQ needs to hold here at our 200 ledge so that we can bid up and 20, sorry. 20 needs to
Levitt
hold.
says OMB continues to work with agencies on layoffs.
High day is at 41. Too slow? I've just been sitting in it
Levitt
for an
says
hour.
Trump has spoke with Senate Majority Leader.
Oh, got it.
Levitt says Trump spoke with
Look
House
at the
Speaker
Apple
Johnson.
candle surf.
God, this text is so bad. This is the way to do it though. Instead of trying to generate everything inside with like the way that they were doing it with imaging, actually having like user made designs and then ChatGPT inputting its text inside of that so that it's actually accurate. That makes way more sense than trying to like diffuse the entire thing into a singular, like what it was trying to do before. That's why text was so awful. They gonna mention all those names on live? I don't know if they'll pump if they don't get mentioned, honestly. These are all of the names that are on this. All the launch partners. I mean, they've got a good odds of going up.
Levitt says, I have not seen ACA subsidy proposals.
Man, half of those companies are awful though. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh. There's a reason they're there. Like last ditch effort to save their brand. There's a minute 30 left on this candle. We're gonna watch if we can sustain our opening range high on NQ into the close of this.
Levitt says the
Watch
administration is
Russell as
working very
well.
hard to move the ball forward as quickly as we can.
Notice that we're also trying to hold our 30-second opening range high here. ES again hit target after holding our ORM to previous day value high as supportive. No shift, right? No shift below. It's always been bullish. We've been holding and building out above our value. And we have now hit first PT into our ETH high. It took ages, but it played. And now it's just a waiting game, again, to see if we can build here. Watch your new 15s, seeing if we can hold this edge here on NQ. This could pull back to 204, technically. We'd love to see 220 hold, though. New 15s opening now.
Yippee!
Levitt says trade will be a topic of discussion with Trump and Carney.
Albertson's mentioned. They're not on that list, so lucky. Of course, they haven't made anything useful. It's been toppy. As soon as they announced their own social media platform with only AI slop, that was the top, bro.
Or just the beginning.
It's the top for me. I gave up on AI after that. Does that mean that they're not going to keep going? Sure. People love being in the Wall-E world where they're just in a constant AI slop loop. People can make money with it. But as soon as it wasn't like, we're curing cancer, and it was like, no, we're making AI slop videos for the masses. Yeah, okay. Yeah. How many times do you think she's practiced building this? Clearly a lot. She's still yapping and she hasn't touched anything.
Professional.
It's a whole minute she's wasting. Crazy. Okay, wait, it's all pre-planned. She just copy and pasted that in. Oh,
Levitt says the tariff rebates, an idea discussed, no decision made.
hello? I've already designed the widget. Crazy.
Who would have thought the AI slop people would be doing AI slop? This is crazy.
Uh-oh, she's messing up. She can't download her slop. holding our value val low previous candle so far in NQ, just pushed into our liquidity pocket down into that 200 that I was talking about. We need to see a very clear bid back above 220 from here. Same thing on ES over 94s if we want to continue higher. Or this will just be where we reoffer into previous POC, right, of our last candle, and then make a lower high for a continuation down. So let's see if we can get this bid back above, or if offer sits here for one more leg down. Where is she pasting this from? She's like instantly just pasting it.
She got that Control C, Control V on lock, man. Let me tell you.
Off cam.
She's got someone feeding her.
Let's see if this bid can hold here on the flip, 220. Need to see a bit more excitement here on ES. Russell's still holding where it needs to, but we're not seeing that lift that we need.
Levitt says, if no shutdown deal, a lot of pain will be inflicted.
Of that.
The White House press briefing has ended.
And
The
waiting
guy says,
30
don't
minutes
target the FX rate, but watching impact on prices.
for your code to be wrong would feel so bad.
That's you're not wrong. Not wrong.
I'd like to get like one trade before I leave. Why I'm even still here. I usually dip out, but I thought we would get something. I'd like to get one more.
Trump on Truth Social says, beginning November 1st, 2025, all medium and heavy duty trucks coming to the United States from other countries will be tariffed at the rate of 25%.
Bruh. So it's like on top of the country's tariffs? I'm confused. I hate when he says stuff like that. Like, it makes no sense. Like, what? Later, Sparrow.
Goodbye, friend.
If we can build over this 220, like actually, then it's a pretty good sign for a 3-bar up. But if this continues to maintain as resistance, right, like we're gonna probably head down to 185. So it's a big test here as we push into this previous POC. Everything right now is just flagging where it needs to, but we need to see the ability to actually show interest over this like 220, 225. I'd either like to see like a better trap up here for the short, or just like a very clear bid above and hold. Right now, I'm just not incredibly interested in shorting this 220. Right? Do you get what I mean? Like, I'd either want to see like this fail on a look over, and then show like a very clear sell through for us to go down, right? Basically a failure here, or that we actually are able to sustain and then start to bid off of this low, breaking this downtrend. I just need to see what happens as we interact into that. That should give us an idea of where we're headed. We'll look above, see if we can hold it. Where are the fun lights?
You gotta just imagine the fun lights.
I'm confused.
Don't worry. AI will produce them for you.
Ugh.
According to the Financial Times, the Commission intends to propose tariffs of 50% on steel imports worldwide above a quota set at 2013 levels on Tuesday.
I'm still in, stop below 15, or at 15, but I don't know, man. This feels awful. I feel like we're gonna curl over. I'm still in my ES long as well. One runner left. Because like this is either gonna be that trap I was talking about, or this will be with the bid. Oh, sorry, shivers. Bid holds for a continuation up. I just need to like, it's gotta happen. Like I don't know. We either trap here or we don't, and if we trap, then I'll play the opposite reaction. But it's until we see that, like I'll play off of this 15 to 25. Jesus, that was weird. Got like goosebumps all over.
'Tis the season for allergies and being cold.
The reason, sir, that I'm still even interested is because like RTY and ES are still holding pretty well. So there's no reason for me to like short yet. But the long doesn't really look great. It's just like it's holding. Is our that's the bias. If those start to lead down with it, then I'll be like, oh, okay, well we're kind of screwed, and then play the other side and stop out. But until then, like it just makes sense to play off of this as a pivot as long as those are maintaining. That's, I mean, at least that's for me. And again, like I'm still in my ES long from 89.
ECB's President Lagarde says the ECB is in a good place. The article from the Financial Times is on the feed for those interested.
I guess I take off 5 here. I don't know, for 10 points, and then leave 10 as a runner. I don't know. Sure. Is that it? Just yeah, I guess that's it. Okay. Keynote is done from OpenAI. Nothing really all that revolutionary.
It is the future. That's it. Airy bullish.
Oh, I was so pissed at her last night. And it's not even her fault. She's just old. But I like spent like 5 hours washing her blanket. It's like super heavy duty, um, king size quilted blanket. Um, so it takes forever to wash. So I did like 3 rounds of it. And I finally get it through like the drying cycles. So it's like 2 drying cycles, 2 washing cycles. It's like actually 6 hours of washing. And then like 30 minutes later, after I put it on the ground, she just peed on it while she was asleep.
Lovely.
I was so bad, dude. Oh, yeah, put her in a diaper.
Yeah, it's about that
Oh,
time.
so over it. It sucks too, because like she just has she literally has no control over it. Like she's asleep and she pees. Not when she's awake. Just feels bad. You can't even be like mad, you know? Like that's just frustrating. Okay, well, I mean, do I sit here the entire day with you guys or do I leave? Like, I
We're
don't,
just gonna do
know what I
this. We'll get
mean?
like
Like,
one good rotation, and then yeah, that's kind of that.
it's like 2 hours later than I usually do, and it feels horrible. So we're not doing this again. RTY leading us down. It's not helping. Just back to view up. See what our reaction is here. Need to find like a pretty convincing bid, or we're going to just look down. Again, stop on my runners under 15 now. Watching for that. Just watching to see if this bid can maintain here and go up. At least take out highs. Taking off 5 here. I have 10 left, but I'm not feeling great about it. I'm gonna close my ES long so that if this NQ trade isn't, if I get stopped out, I still profitable. Then just leave the NQ trade. you see that climber who fell surf? The kid
Who fell?
guy on TikTok fell at
Holy.
Yosemite on live. Free climbing, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, well, GG's.
He repelled? Oh, okay. He was like trying to get a backpack, right? I didn't look too much into it because I do not want to see someone fall to their death, but did see the headline.
That is the worst part about the internet. You're just clicking around and then you see something that traumatizes you for the rest
Yeah.
of your existence.
Yeah, that's the only part I saw. Or I didn't see, but that's what I read.
Lagarde says still anticipating growth in the second half, but weaker than in the first half.
15's here.
Lagarde says we are data dependent on rates. Just a reminder, in 10 minutes' time, Bank of England's Governor Bailey is to deliver a keynote speech at Scotland's Global Investment Summit. The text was already posted this morning.
Keep an eye on RTY here, as it is into value low. We still have NQES sitting in these upper structures, but a little divergence. See if it leads to anything.
Same risk off as before. You are playing off of this 220, 225. It's your first risk off. Next stop will be our ETI at 240. Stop out below 50.
Enjoy, Ben. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, apparently Robinhood had an outage after the AMD surge, just like after
Ooh.
GameStop.
It's just so classic Robinhood. Oh.
The Nasdaq 100 extends gains to 1%, a session high.
New 30s, just under a minute. Slight seek on NQ. We have ES maintaining range at RTY still sitting value low.
Offer sitting at ETHI 4150. 47 contracts.
ECB's Lagarde says any EU decision on immobilized Russian assets need to follow international rules.
Taking off a little risk here as we push in. That might be it for me, to be honest. I mean, I'll just leave a runner with my stop at 15. Call it a day, but here, I'm gonna go grab my keys for my new place.
Enjoy.
Yeah, I don't know. Man, this is
You're not gonna miss much, let me tell you.
been thrilling. Oh.
It's been something. Like I said, the afternoons we've had like one or two like really good rotations. Today it's just not doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just up, but it's very slow up. Just hang out in it. I don't know. Not much else to do. It's like what I told Sir. There's no invalidation yet, so stay in, but not very happy about it.
NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at around $1.90 a gallon.
It's been fun.
NYMEX diesel November futures settle at around $2.24 a gallon.
Hopefully, getting in your new place is
NYMEX
pretty
WTI
smooth
crude
for you.
November futures
Yeah,
settle
I'm
at
just getting
well,
keys today.
$1.69 a barrel, up 81
Move
cents or $1
on the 12th.
or 1.33%.
And I
You
can
gotta
at
just
least
slap your bet in there.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
NYMEX natural gas November futures
Oh,
settle at around
huge.
$3.35.
Off another. I probably won't move in at all. My lease here doesn't end until 15. Weird little. Regardless, yeah. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Good luck.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Enjoy.
Peace.